Let's see. So tonight we'll be sharpening a mini Adamus that I got today. Now, I did say that I was going to start the stream a little bit early because I wanted to get prepped and set up for sharpening the Eagle Scout. What's up? Spider G's EDC. I don't think I've met you before. How's it going? Anyway, we'll be sharpening my my used mini Adamus that I just bought today. Got a killer deal on it. It's my first time owning crewwear as well. Now, to get all this set up, it's going to be a minute. Hopefully chat didn't break already. Nope, okay. I'm going to go soak a stone. While it's soaking, I'll be sitting over here, so... Alright, let's see. Huh. Okay. Now we'll be let that soak. Yeah, maybe you can break some more audio. I don't know how that happened. His audio has been a little fuzzy all night. But then you joined and it just went to shit right after that. So yeah, on that stream we weren't really talking about we weren't talking about the slides very much. wasn't super. Well, it was kind of interesting. Indeed, it is. It's my second one. I'll be selling my first one most likely. I'd love to take it apart and clean it, but it's smooth already. And if you take these things apart, they don't tend to like being smooth once it's all said and done. Yep, dust. I'll tell you what, if they were full price, I wouldn't buy them either. I got this thing for a ridiculous deal. So, but yeah, at full price, this thing is. I don't even know how much it is, but I know it's overpriced. Let me just check how much these things are. Any Adamus crewwear. Yeah, right. This thing's 290. That ain't gonna happen for me. I paid $105 for this. Well, I'll gladly take it instead of letting you cut it up. You know? Because content and dang. Usually my streams do better than this by now. So I haven't tested how sharp it actually is, but I want my edge on it. AJ, what's up? That's not terrible. Well, it's better than my new Walmart knife. This is the factory edge of this knife. Tearing all the way across. Really disappointing. I'm gonna just say no, and we'll leave it at that. But I'm not allowed to sharpen it until the edge gives out. No, they're about the same. just one's $20 and the other one's $300. So I think the stone's about ready. Stick that up there. So we are going to be sharpening 2 specific knives tonight, and for the rest of the night, I don't know what we're going to do. It all depends on how long it takes to sharpen one of them. So this one we're going to sharpen first, and then next we will be sharpening the Sandin Torino. Because I finally got some lapping films, and I want to really put them to the test. Okay. That doesn't look terrible. Eagle Scout, welcome back. And yes, I got that joke, AJ. That wasn't terrible. I've never played it either, I just get the joke. We're starting on a different stone. That is not working out the way that I wanted it to. Okay. So for anybody with epilepsy, I recommend that you probably head out now for a few minutes. Actually, this one's the 140. It might not do it. But if YouTube autofocusing constantly bothers you, then this might cause problems. I've tried it, actually. Nope. Don't worry, Eagle Scout. You'll run out of knives again soon enough. That's how it is with content creations. Or how it is with content creation. So what are you getting? I think you said you were getting a Miguron. Ooh. Is it your first time messing around with crewware? Or owning it anyway? Nice. This is my first crewware as well. I mean, I spray some stuff on here every once in a while, but it didn't need it yet, so. I'm going to move down to, or up to 400 grit. It's not very often I have to move up to, or move down to the 140 grit, but when I do, it's nice to have. Instead of sitting there on a 400 for 2 or 3 times as long. What's the steel? DC-53 I've been looking into a little bit. Should be some interesting stuff. I've never tested it personally. From every testimony that I've heard, it has better edge retention and better stainless properties than D2. YZ80, I've never heard of that. She, what's up? Welcome back. Sorry for what? I didn't see anything wrong. We're sharpening 2 things. We're starting off getting myself a little bit of practice on a Benchmade mini Adamus, and then we're moving up to taking a big step up to the Sandin Torino. I've never seen that happen before either, but I'm not an audio expert, and by no means am I a YouTube expert, so an idea, I'm not sure if it'll work out, but send a clip of that last part to YouTube and say, I don't know what happened here, but I don't know, maybe YouTube might do something about it. Look, Benchmade, I just want to talk about your edge consistency. Because you're not consistent, just like everybody else. But yeah, that was definitely a weird issue. I think I've done like 5 or 6 of those 2-person streams, and I've never had that happen. Paper test. Better than it was. Tip. Still better than it was. I'll be looking for that or out for that in the future too. But it kind of, to me, it seemed like the device you were on decided, instead of being in a normal call, you're now on speakerphone. That's what it sounded like to me. So maybe that's what happened. Maybe your phone decided, I'm going to be on speaker now. On the bright side, if you've never been able to to recreate it. Maybe it just won't happen again. Now we wipe this off and then we start stropping. Gonna leave it on that 500 grit because I'm pretty sure that that's what crew wear likes. Then right after this, we'll be moving over to the Torino. After I find it, because I don't remember where I put it. Stifler Manufacturing makes Glock style slides for the Glock 17, 19, and now I believe the 26, if that was released publicly. I was just live streaming over on his channel just before I started this one. Then his audio cut out and we ended the stream. They are made in Arizona, I believe Tucson. And then I think the 43 was up next, but that one's not finished yet. Oh, that is a beautiful edge. I'm telling you, every once in a while I pay attention to what you say on your streams. I'm not always there anymore, but the Glock style, as you put it. Paper test. Tip. Bill, how's it going? Yep. You could just say aftermarket. Okay. Now to find the Torino. Oh, where did I put that thing? It's not in the for sale bin. It's not on the table. Which knife box is it in? Where's the expensive knife box? No, no. I wonder if I put it back in its box. I swear, if I put it back in its box, I'm going to be ever so mildly annoyed. Nope, it's not in its box. Well, I thought I had everything prepped and ready for this stream. Nope, those bits are gone forever. It's been either 9 or 11 months and he still hasn't found them. You have a good one, Stifler Manufacturing. We'll see you later. In this box, maybe? A box full of boxes? Nope. How about this box? Full of stuff. Oh. Nope. Nope. How do you just lose a $300 knife? Better question, where did I lose it? Got a couple more spots to look. I'm a dumbass. You heard it here first, folks. I'm a dumbass. There it is. I'll be right back, and then we'll be sharpening that thing. Can't wait to carry these. If I knew where I put that sign that said taking a leak, it was at. Is this it? Yeah. Oh, yeah. That is perfect. If you don't get that joke, then you're not super interested in knives. Oh well. Okay. What's up, Ground Fog? How's it going? Pardon me while I just slam a box on accident. But yeah, that is by far the best sign that I've made so far. So now we'll be sharpening the Torino. Somebody, the U.S. rep for Sandin said that somebody spent 8 hours sharpening theirs. I'm hoping it doesn't take that long, but we'll find out. Well, the taking a leak sign was not my idea. I'll give you that much. I thought about making one that says taking a dump and it's just got like the Benchmade logo on it, but that one might cause actual problems. Oh, this might just work out great. Yeah, my moderator, Lou, I think he's the one that came up with the taking a leak sign idea. We didn't get a before edge test, but right there is where, oh, we've already fixed the tip. Dude, this is going to go by quick. And to think I thought that this was going to be a problem. I don't know, when I think of the penguin, I think of chilling out, but I should probably be reprofiling this on the other side. I think I'm going to do that. Maybe chill out. I'll be back soon. I don't know. You got to find something good. And I am not a marketing professional. I did happen to get myself some of the nice stuff. Today's Friday, right? That means I'm still going to the pawn shop tomorrow. Hmm. So if today's Friday, if I can finish this early and have this done, I can go edit the video for this and release it 4 hours from now. Somebody that works at the pawn shop is going to pay me money to sharpen some of their kitchen knives. Ooh, I fucked up. Well, that didn't do much. This is sharpening a little faster than I expected it to. The rep for Sandin made it sound like this was going to take forever. Gotta be perfect. If there's any really good deals at the pawn shop, I'll buy the knife and then pass the savings on down to you guys. Getting better. Not free shit, but good deals. God, we're almost finished. Oof. If I keep doing that, one of these days it's actually going to leave a mark. So when I buy stuff for decent prices, when I buy stuff for really good prices, I sell them down to everybody else. Kind of like the little native. And that PM2 that I just sold the other day. I sold that PM2 for like $65 off of brand new price. And don't get me wrong, the PM2 wasn't new, but it was in great condition. So I'm really curious how the diamonds on this plate are going to look after after we're done sharpening this. I just don't blow my nose as often as I should. Mostly because I forget to, but tissues aren't the cheapest thing, so. Trust me, if I was addicted to drugs or alcohol, I would not have anywhere near as many knives as I do. I don't know. I've never had a full on conversation with the dude. And he's got enough subscribers that I probably don't matter, so. Now, I just want to tell you guys something, okay? I'm going to show you how sharp this is right now. Actually, right when I'm done. There's a couple chips left. But after that. Okay. So, the chips should be gone. It should be back to sharp again. Okay, so it cuts all the way across. Now we'll move up to the next stone, or the next grit. This sharpening from Sandin, to have it redone, like you ship it there and have it redone and shipped back, costs $45. They charge $45 to have that done. Sean, welcome back. Just out of curiosity, I want to see how these look. Not bad. Well, you also got to keep in mind this is an exotic material. It's not steel. But they do it with lapping films as well. I'd love to say that the Smith blade's overpriced, but honestly, with everything that you get out of it, it's priced pretty fairly. I think Wicked Edge sharpeners are probably pretty good for those of you who don't want to learn how to freehand. I mean, it's a full titanium construction multi-tool with M390 at what, 64 HRC? 63 or 64? All things considered, pretty decent price. I've never seen a multi-tool with a level on it. I'll admit, the first time that I looked at it and saw that, when I think multi-tool, I don't think, yeah, Hacksmith Industries is coming out with a multi-tool. Getting better. But yeah, the first time that I saw that that thing was coming out, I thought, that is way overpriced. Then Max Level made a video on it. And then I really looked into everything that it comes with, and honestly, it's pretty fairly priced. The only downside I have with it is it's not plier based, but you know, it's knife based. It's basically just a knife with a shit ton of other tools on it. Wonder how many Kershaws I have. MDC, welcome back. Yeah, we're talking about the Smith blade. Oh, this is starting to look beautiful. All right, guys, I think it's official that I need to give a shout out, a massive shout out to Sharpo for these things. These lapping films are wild. And the fact that they're working just fine, like they're doing their job after 13 sharpenings and they're still cutting tungsten carbide, it deserves a shout out. It really does. Now 13 doesn't sound like a lot, but you know, I'm still testing these things. But the more I test them, the more impressed I am. Where can you look at it? It's on Kickstarter. It's got like $8 million in backing right now. It is a true, well, it's what I'd call a true reverse Tonto. These are the Sharpo lapping films. So if you go to sharposharp.com, I believe, this set, last time I checked, was $70. Thank God. I'm going to be honest, when that catastrophic failure happened, I thought for sure that I would never be able to sharpen this thing. And it's not limestone, it's a piece of glass. You can see right through it. It's a piece of glass with basically diamond encrusted tape sitting on one side. These are the diamond sharpening set. I'll show you where to find them. Now, there's a couple things that I need to warn you about with these things. One, you need to do push cuts with the blade facing towards you. You do not want to come back or else you will cut them. Sharpo. Okay, so when you go onto their website, you click the 3 lines, knife sharpening, and then Sharpo Diamond. And then this is the set that I've got. And it is still $70. So what you get with this set is 2 of the glass plates, the stone holder, and 3 of each. This comes with a 320 grit, a 500, an 1800, and a 3000. Now, the exact reason I wanted them to send me the diamond set was because I wanted this thing sharpened again. And I didn't want to spend $45 doing it. Right? So $45 to sharpen it, or $70, and I can sharpen it as many times as I want. Because if I fuck up the edge again, which it's bound to happen, based on everything that's happened with this knife, I'm going to say I'm probably going to ruin it again. And I kind of miss... It's just not the same knife as my old one. The first one that I got had lock rock issues, but the finish on the blade was a little more unique than this one, where this one's kind of just sideways. The other one had curves like this across the whole thing, and it just looked amazing. But yeah, they said that they'd never seen the lock rock that I was describing before. And they, not only did they have me ship this one, or my old one, back, but they sent me a new one free of charge. Awesome enough, they didn't charge me shipping to ship it back either. So I'll give them credit for that. I greatly appreciate them getting a hold of me, or talking things through and getting it all worked out. Because customer service is one of the biggest things to me. Yeah, this is a brand new knife until I fucked up the edge. Yeah, well, it was a problem they'd never heard of. So, of course, they'd want to do some research on it. I'm not surprised. And even, I want to clarify, they watched my video where I said that I wasn't happy with it. And I'll admit, I was a little overly pissed off in that video. Because, you know, I just spent $300 on a knife, and 3 days in, it's got lock rock. So, they did something about it, and I greatly appreciate that. I'll probably end up taking that other video down, and after I get a full week with this one, for once, I'm going to put it this way. The 2 of these that I've owned, I've carried for a total of 6 days. Not even a full week. I spent $300 and months of waiting just for the first one to develop lock rock, and then this one's edge gets destroyed 3 days in. I was so mad. And the second one, I couldn't blame anybody else. I sent them an email saying, "Hey, 3 days into my carry, and I just absolutely destroyed the edge." And I'll admit, I was kind of hoping that they were going to say, "Oh, just ship it back and we'll fix it real quick and ship it back out." They didn't do that, but we got it all fixed up now. So now it should be. Oh yeah, that's how it should have been. Oh, dude, I was pissed when it happened. So I ordered. I think I already told you. I ordered a pocket clip from Kershaw, and they send them in these little Manila padded envelopes, the same ones that I use to ship stuff out. Unless it's expensive, then I use flat rate boxes. But other than that, anyway, where was I going with this? Oh, the pocket clip. I'm just going to show you guys what I did. Okay. So they use these envelopes, these padded manila envelopes, and they ship their parts in them. Okay? Paper. No big deal. Plastic bubble wrap inside to protect the stuff that they're shipping. Okay, so I opened my knife while I was carrying it. I stuck it in one side, ripped it across, and the pocket clip was right there. And it took off the entire edge from right here up to the tip. It just destroyed it. Chipped the whole thing to hell, and there was nothing I could do about it. It left a scratch on the pocket clip too. But I did an earlier stream today. But yeah, that's how I doled the this thing. It is very brittle, which is why it chipped so badly. I mean, it's not as brittle as you'd think, because they did. I've watched them doing some testing with these things, and they're a little less brittle than I thought they would be. But yeah, now it's all nice and fixed. Nice and sharp again. Might be able to use a little bit more of a touch-up, but other than that, I don't think that the strop is going to help much. I know for a fact the metal polish strop isn't going to do shit. The diamond strop might do something, though. So we'll try that out real quick. I swear to God, if this destroys the edge again, I'm going to be pissed. If I wanted to take my sweet ass time and take this thing apart, I could also polish the blade. So something about this stuff is it doesn't make, there's no burr. It just chips stuff off. Oh. I need to fix that. A very, very large secondary bevel, which is my fault. Good enough. Well, what I'm carrying this week, so far, not impressed. It's not the button lock one, but I got the axis lock one. And the edge right out of the box was probably the worst edge in my collection right now. And you know, normally coming straight from the factory, a knife edge is pretty decent. Well, I still haven't modified the edge. And micro tearing all the way down. It is by far the worst factory edge I've ever received. Oh, and it's got blade play. I wonder when that happened. As long as you like your knife. This one is the new Ozark Trail Valor. Well, see, this was the... So here's what happened, right? I'm just going to tell you guys a story and say that this is factual, but it's probably not. I'm going to start off with the part that is facts, okay? This is the only knife that showed up other than the sample knife at my local Walmart. When this knife was released, my state didn't get them until this weekend. Or until, what did I buy that, 2 days ago? So until 3 days ago, they didn't receive them. My story that I'm coming up with to say what happened, it definitely didn't happen, but it's my story, is that they were all stolen off the truck before they came here. Again, doubt that happened, but you gotta make something exciting out of this bullshit. I missed out on good videos because of that. Lock rock. So mine was in a box too. I'm going to tighten this because I have been playing with it a little bit. We'll see if tightening it fixes the issue. I will tell you, the box, big step up from Ozark Trail. I know this sounds stupid, but the whole thing's paper. The whole thing's recyclable. Oh yeah, that thing loosened up a ton. The Gerber Strong Arm's a decent knife. You can get it in Magna Cut. Okay, there we go. So that's definitely going in the review, is in the first day of carry. Oh no, it had blade play because the pivot came loose. I've been playing with it a lot today, I'll admit. Punisher, you'll be proud of me. You'll be so proud of me. Have you looked at every knife on the table? Just tell me every knife that you see on the table. He's going to be so proud. And by proud, I mean severely disappointed. I don't think I've seen one of those. Spyderco. Oh, okay. Just a veal or a veal 2? I bought my second Benchmade, a mini Adamus, in Crewwear. It is heavy. It is a very heavy knife. How much did you get the veal for? So it's a mini Adamus, just so that we're clear. It is a lot smaller than the full size, and it is thick. It's heavy. However, this handle is very comfortable. Very comfortable. It fits the hand really nicely. Gives you a little bit of a choke up point right there. $170 is a lot of money. So I got this one for 106. 106. And I think I'm going to be keeping that one and then selling my Griptilian. I've decided that I want this thing more than the Griptilian. Even though this one has thumb studs and the Griptilian has the hole, I think I'm still going to pick with this one. Now let's show how thick this thing is. It was at a pawn shop. They had it sitting up there for 189 or something like that. And the dude said the best he could do was 130. I said, I can't do it. So he said, well, what about 100 plus tax? And I said, I could do 100 plus tax. So it is about almost 3/4 of an inch thick. Dragon Master, what's up? AB123, welcome back. It's my first bit of crewware, though. I'm happy with it so far. Just blows my mind that this in crewware is the same price as this in tungsten carbide. Blade Binge is still being stupid. Oof. So this is a Benchmade mini Adamus. This is the one that we were talking about right now. I have no clue what to do either, honestly. Genuinely have no clue how to help you with that. Because I've tried everything that I can do on my side. So apparently, Blade Binge won't let him enter his address or some bullshit, or they won't let him put his card on there or something. Yeah, I know my persistence. A persistence. Yeah, I've got one of those. My first knife was a Columbia multi-tool in green aluminum. And then I broke it. And then it was replaced with a Victorinox Swiss Champ, which was my second knife. That's a good first knife. Either the 110 or the 112. I'd prefer the 112 because it's smaller and more comfortable. But they're both great knives. Even the clones aren't terrible. I mean, it's a... What? How old is that design? 60-something years old? 61 years old? Shit, you think anybody could get it right at least once. Well, yeah, but it's a first knife. I mean, let's be real here. Other than, is that Emanate? Other than Emanate, all of our first knives are going to be trash, really. I mean, think about it. Who's going to start out with a bug out? Who's going to start out with a nice Spyderco? I started with a cheap piece of trash. Like, let's be real. Like, this is what I'm getting at. What adult is gonna give a child a $100 to $200 knife as their first knife? Because they're gonna treat that thing like shit, guaranteed. They're gonna use it for all the stupid shit, right? So if they're gonna use it for all the stupid shit, get them something cheap. That's what I would do. Like my idea for a first knife for a kid, right here. Rat 2. They're cheap, thick blade for the price. It's smooth and it fits smaller hands quite nicely. I choke up like that, but yes, but all of our journeys start with a pile of shit. So whether it be somebody acting like a pile of shit or the thing that starts your hobby is a pile of shit, they all start with something going horribly wrong. I never really started getting into knives until I just about died by one. Before that, it was just, whoop-de-doo, I got some cheap shit. Now I've got on the table right now 3, 6, 9. That's $1,000? Fuck. No, it's just under $1,000 worth of knives on the table. It's funny because I don't really realize how expensive these things are until I start thinking about it. And I use them all the same. So that's exactly how mine started. Mine was the gas station rainbow knives. The best metal, the best steel for low maintenance that is good quality. What's your price point? Because your price point will tell me what kind of knife you're going to be wanting. I honestly think that a great starting steel when you're getting into knives would be S30V. Like when you're just starting to get into knives, that would be a great steel to start with. Because it holds an edge for a while. I think it's decently tough. And it's stainless. Punisher, what do you think? Well, we're talking like low maintenance. D2 takes a little bit of maintenance. S30V, you can kind of just not really care about it. Let's look at anything with a 9 plus. MagnaCut. Vanax. Vanax would be a really good low maintenance steel. That's probably the best low maintenance steel. It's a 5 in toughness and a 5.5 in edge retention and a 10 in stainless. I'm going to go with Vanax. See, I wasn't given a budget, so if I was given a budget, depending on price point, I'd say starting with hmm, 440C, 14C, 28N. Like these knives are under 100. 14C, 440C. If you can get it, nah, BD1N is kind of just, I don't know, that's not great. LMAX, if you can find it for that price. VG10. Those are probably all the ones that you can get for under 100 that are on the stainless steel list on the Knife Nerds website. Knife Steel Nerds website. Damn, this thing's big. Like, it closed is almost as big as this thing open. All right, we'll see you later, AB123. Have a good one. I might try reaching out to Blade Binge and see what they think is going on. Because I'm curious. Can you describe the problem again real quick so I can write it down, or are you already gone? Because if you can tell me what the issue is, then I can. Well, AB123 tried reaching out, I think, and couldn't get it resolved. So I figured if he can't, then I might try, and we'll see how it goes. The shipping address. What are we at now? How does this shit keep happening? Where do these people come from? Not even kidding. 2 days ago, we hit 1700. We're at 1784. Where do these people keep coming from? I am having a pretty awesome night. I just got a new knife, and I sharpened a knife that I wasn't sure I was going to be able to sharpen. Really, really fine edge. Ooh. Oh, there's dead skin sitting on it. Now for the Benchmade. Clean 500 grit edge. You know what? That's a solid reason to want a Spyderco, to be honest. I'm not hitting the apex when I'm stropping, so the stropping isn't doing anything. Oh, you think they used microtext in those movies? That's cute. At least in the fourth one, I know they didn't. Want me to show you what they used? Michael, what's up? How's it going? Hawk. Deadlock. This is what they used in the fourth movie. Yeah, it's a little pricey. Yep. Well, I mean, this is probably like a 1 of 4 type thing, to be honest. I do not own any katanas. I carry a knife. Guns are just too expensive for me at the moment, so. So what grits do I use? It depends. If I need to reprofile, I start at 400. If it's not reprofiling fast enough, because I'm a little bit impatient, I move down to the 140 grit. And then I move back up to the 400. And then I either go to 500, 600, or 1000. From the 1000, like if I go to 500 next, then I skip all the other ones and I go straight to 1800 and then 3000. The one that I'm stropping right now, I stopped at 500 and left it there because Crewware doesn't like high polished edges. If the knife is already sharp and I want to touch it up, I start on 400. I'll be honest, right? All you need to get a knife sharp, like the bare minimum, is this and a stone holder. All right, we'll see you later, Punisher. You have a good one. So you'll need a stone holder to make this easier on yourself. And this is a 400, 1000. And basically, if a knife is already sharp, just needs a touch up, you still want to go down to a grit that you would start with, unless you can hold an angle very well. Now, I can hold an angle pretty dang well, but most of the time I still go down to the low grits all over again. Yeah, I'm gonna admit, everything that I have is already sharp. So the spray that I use is that. It is mostly water. I'm always at it. I'm always streaming just about once a night. I kind of sharpened everything. I sharpened this. And then I sharpened this as well. I can sharpen some more stuff, but everything's already sharp, so I don't need to. If people get bored enough and everybody starts leaving or asking for me to sharpen something else, I'll sharpen something else. So this one's a mini Adamus. I think the blade, let's see, how long is it? 3¼ inches. So I do, all of my YouTube stuff is done on a phone. And I did some of those restoration videos that you're talking about a while back. If you want, you can go check those out. I didn't do very many of them. And all they really were polishing stuff, cleaning knives, or cleaning them, and that's about it. But I brought them back to really nice condition. Speaking of which, my Buck 110 might be going up for sale. Now, I won't do that because I don't need to ruin things that are already how they should be. Is there anything in that box that I'm willing to sharpen? This isn't a sharpening channel. This is a knife channel. I do knife reviews. I'll be completely honest, I've never sharpened a machete. However, my table's a disaster. All the stuff that you guys can't see over there and over there. I don't think I have enough space to sharpen a machete on this table. And you'd be surprised when I actually start sharpening, a lot more people tend to stick around. What knife am I reviewing? At the moment, I'm not reviewing any. I'm just sitting here talking to people. Having conversations with viewers is how you keep people interested. It's also the best way of being personable, letting everybody know that you're still just a person. And just because you have a YouTube channel doesn't make you that special.
Did you hear that 21 Pilots has 21 different variants of the new album coming out? 21 different vinyl pressings.
No, I didn't. Mm-hmm. And someone's going to blow money on all of them.
That's insane.
Yep. I have one stiletto. It's upstairs somewhere. And I'd love to get rid of it. However, it doesn't stay closed. So I don't feel like that's a safe thing to ship. Let this just take up the whole screen.
I get my knife. For...
When you get your knife?
I will be getting that knife. I'm
Sure.
so confident. Did you tell them about the bet?
Alright, so a while back I made a bet with my sister
He
where
was stupid to do this, but he did it.
if she gets $406 by the end of the year, I'll buy her a knife that is $406.
So that's pretty awesome. And I have $113.86 right now. So I'm already ahead. Are you looking up the knife?
Yep.
Yeah, I've been wanting this for over 2 years now.
The sprint run. $580 from Spyderco. Yep. Oof. They brought back the old oof sound on Roblox.
I know. I heard about that.
I heard it because somebody killed me in a game.
Did you get excited?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe they got rid of it to begin with. That was stupid.
I know. I don't even remember what the sound was after the oof.
Neither do I, because the other one's too iconic.
I think it was just like you just died. I don't think there really was a sound.
That one that I was just showing you. It's a Spyderco spy opera in Thor Damasteel.
Yeah, I've been wanting it for 2 years, and I have a picture of it, but my phone's upstairs. So.
Yep, so she manages to save the money for this.
And he's getting, this isn't related, like, at all.
Yeah, it's still in stock.
This isn't related at all, but he's getting me a gift for Christmas that's between $50 and $1,200. And I don't know what it is at all. So he's gonna be broke.
Yep. She says I'm gonna be broke.
Yeah. So.
What you doing?
I'm folding this. I don't like any of these chocolates in here, so don't be worried.
How many tabs do I have open? 24?
Well, dang.
Let's see. We can close that, we can close that, 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 keep that one, that one's gone.
Are you doing it like that one guy did when he was sharpening his knife? This, that,
Yep.
and this, and yeah.
Get rid of that, and that.
This, that,
there.
And this, and that.
Better? 6?
Why don't you just have 1 or 0?
Because when people ask about what stones I'm using, I pull it up on the phone. Why would I get rid of that? In fact, I'm going to get rid of the one that I was just looking at, which was your stuff.
I'm so excited to get that knife, though. And you know what?
Well, to be completely fair, this phone's over 10 years old, and the battery lasts almost a week. It also has 16 gigs of memory. And,
Isn't that really bad?
oh yeah. That's a quarter of what the phone I use to record uses, or has. And an eighth of what your phone has.
Yeah, when I get the knife, I can do a review on it, except I don't know what I'd review. Because I'm
Probably
not.
just looks.
Yeah, just be like, okay, this looks nice, and look at this. Ooh, shiny, look at this. And yeah.
Gotta have the money to get it though.
You know, technically I have 1,700 followers too because I was in one of your videos, so
That does not count.
definitely does.
No. This is a Galaxy J3 Achieve. When did the Galaxy J3...
Why don't you just look up in your settings?
Oh, so it's not 10 years old. It is 8.
I still find it
7. It's 7 years old.
I still find it really funny how you cut this purposefully so that nobody would know, or so that nobody would take yours, and then I took it.
Yeah.
I genuinely don't know how I didn't notice that this cut was there. I find that really funny.
Because it's my shit and you wanted it.
I didn't even see, because think of it this way, okay?
Why would I think of it this way?
No, you see how it's all foiled up and everything? Oh, wait.
And there's still a cut out of the corner.
Yeah, I don't know how I didn't.
I don't know either. So guys, I'm going to do a custom finish on this one of these days. I'm going to cold blue it.
What is that? Is that the color mean?
It's like heating up the metal until it's blue. Except I'm not going to heat it up.
I thought we were talking about the black part.
No. Both the
Okay,
pocket clip and the blade will be blue.
Can you heat up a knife with just like a lighter like that one over there and make it orange and red or whatever?
No.
Like, not permanently, but
Nope.
No. Don't get hot enough.
Not with a lighter. And if you do that, you will ruin the heat treat.
Yeah, Ethan is trying to do that.
He's special.
Well, his Leatherman, okay.
Tell him he's a special little guy.
The blade is this wide, and the blade is like this long. It's tiny. It's like the size of that pocket clip. It's like less than that. It's like half of it.
It's like this?
Yes, it's like that long. That's how long the whole blade is. For the knife part, because it's a Leatherman, so obviously it has a whole bunch of other special things.
Persistence, persistence, persistence. Yes, this will be blue when I'm done with it. And yeah, that's dumb.
Yeah. His dad gave it to him.
That's even dumber. The one that I'm running right now that I'm live streaming on is a OnePlus G300 or something. I don't know.
Nord 2.
It's a Nord 300.
Thought it was 2300.
Nope. It's a Nord 300. That's what it was. It's got 64 gigabytes and it was free. So
technically he's the nerd because his phone just calls him a nerd. Because Nord. Okay, never mind. I'm going upstairs.
Trevor says, you're in desperate need of a phone upgrade, my man. I'm rocking the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra with 512 gigabytes.
Dang!
And how much did that cost you?
He's got, like 4 times the amount of space that I have.
I have this one set up this way so I can carry my regular knife in my right pocket. And when somebody stupid asks for a knife, I hand them this one. Because when I bought this thing, it had all those scratches on it. And then I sharpened it, and it was still holding an edge just fine, so I figured I'll keep it. So just because I'm bored, y'all are going to hate watching this. And there's only 21 people in here, so... Yeah, there's nothing wrong with me wanting to keep a Nokia. Right? Okay. I'm going to show you guys everything. I upgrade every 2 years or so. Once a phone breaks or once it's getting slow enough that it's causing issues. And the one that I upgraded right here, the one that I'm using, was free. So, yeah. Okay. Knife, screwdriver. Oh. Sharp knife. Screwdriver. Was a sharp knife. No longer a sharp knife. This stone, a stone holder, and a strop is everything that you need to get a knife sharp. Okay? The stone, $22 on Amazon. Stone holder, you could probably get these for $20. And then a strop with diamond emulsion on it is going to be $30. So you can get razor sharp edges for like $70. It just takes practice. And you could just use water on this. Well, at least you went with one of the better bug outs. You take a wild guess and say you paid $270 or something for it. Or no, that's not the carbon fiber. That's the CF Elite. $230. That's not bad. I still think it's overpriced, but compared to how much they sell for versus how much they should sell for. Okay. Is there any chance that that Shields that you went to is new? Oh, my hands are soft. I don't do a whole lot of physical labor. But I'll admit that I don't, so. Okay. Then you don't live anywhere near me. Yeah, the Shields near me opened like last year, so. Here in a few days, I'll be getting a Mannix 2 lightweight in 15B. Idaho. Okay. Yes, the brown one. It kind of depends on what knife you're putting in your pocket. Certain knives do a lot less damage to others. Or, yeah, certain knives do a lot less damage to your pocket than others will. I was looking at it too. And then one of my buddies said, "Hey, I want that knife that you just sharpened the other night." And I said, "Okay." And then he said, "I'll trade you a Mannix 2 for it." And I said, "Okay." That's all you need. I go through a shit ton of stones, so, well, diamond plates. So the Spyderco lightweight scales eat pockets. And I know that just by looking at them. So tomorrow I'm going to the pawn shop. I'll be Sharpening some knives for somebody that works there. I should dull it again and then sharpen it again. I've got a feeling some people don't believe that it's that easy. I hate the shootout, specifically because I don't like Tontos. I don't. All my money goes to pocket knives. I hate Tontos because I can't sharpen them easily. That Benchmade kitchen set is way overpriced. I just got to look at it today. Holy shit. So that's 20 passes. $15. $20. Okay, we've got a burr. Yeah, but I don't want to ship my knife away and then have a chance of it getting lost in the mail, so I'm more than happy to sharpen my own shit. So we're at 20 passes so far. Wipe it off. 25. I'll show the recipe. Actually, I can just stick it right up here. Okay, that's 60 passes, not 66. $72. No, it's not completely necessary. It's really cheap to make, though. Honestly, you could probably just do 2 ounces of water and 1 drop of dish soap. Gary, what's up? How's it going? What's in what? Yep. Yep, put the sign there because a lot of people ask what I use. And it's not all necessary, but that's just all the stuff that I use. Whether it all helps, I'm not 100% sure, I'll be honest. But it works, so I stopped questioning things. So the strop is a piece of 6" by what, 1.5" about 1.5" leather, and then this is the stuff that I put on the strap. You can get this stuff for $23 on Blade Binge from Lacey. You just look up diamond emulsion on bladebinge.com, it'll show up. $80 passes on the stone. 40 on the 400, 40 on the 1000. And then a few passes on the diamond emulsion strap. Just knives. I find that wireless hole punchers are a lot more expensive than knives. Yep, it is $22 on Amazon. Great first stone, honestly. I'm sure if I pushed harder, I could probably do it in less than 80 passes, but I mean, if it works, it works, and it doesn't take that long. Ever thought about forging a knife? I've thought about it and then realized that forges are really, really expensive. That third one? What third one? I'm going to a pawn shop tomorrow. I go every Saturday, I go to the same pawn shop. It's where I get some of my knives. You know what? Let's refinish this. I think that these handles deserve a little better than than what they have. So we'll give them a hand rubbed finish. Or no, I still need the stone holder. I have no clue how to pronounce that, but hi. We'll start on the 320. See, that angle question is a great question, and I can't answer it. I have no clue what angle I'm holding. All I know is that it works out great, and yeah. I don't have an angle guide. I never did. If I were to guess, it's probably somewhere around 18. I think that 30 would be like way too obtuse for the kind of stuff that I do. Most of my stuff is food related. I would say that these scales definitely aren't flat, but they're about to be. I am doing just fine. How about yourself? Oh, that is an aggressive finish. Instead of the polished at one point, but it's been worn, now we've got that 320 grit finish. Yeah, no problem. Glad to hear you're doing good. One of these days I might find a way to check my angle, but I don't find much need in doing it because if they're sharp, they're sharp. Oof, gotta be careful. My day went great. I got a Benchmade mini Adamus for almost a third of how much they cost new. Pretty happy with that deal. As for how many years? So I started this channel January 15th, 2023. And about 6 months before that is when I started getting into knives. Now, my first knives were all the gas station trash. And then the further I got into it, the more I realized that there's nicer shit out there. And then sharpening, I got into sharpening I don't know, it's been a while. I started off on sharpening with this thing. And give me a sec to explain myself, okay? I was just new to the knife side of thing, like the knife world, and I didn't know anything about these things. So what happened was I sharpened a knife with this, and these little carbide V's left a gouge on one of my blades. And so I made a video on it. When I made a video on it, it got like a couple thousand views, and the owner of the company, like, I gave some criticism on it on how to fix that, and the owner of the company said that I was an idiot and I was using it wrong. So I screenshotted that, and then I stopped using this, stuck it in a box somewhere and forgot about it, and then I started using stones instead. Just to spite that guy. That was the whole reason I got into sharpening. Sure, but I started with the rainbow stuff specifically because I liked that oil slick finish. Anyway, I'm not 100% sure how long ago he made those comments, but my first stone was a DMT fine stone. Oh, the explanation of why these are kind of transparent. So they're glass. This is a glass piece that has diamond lapping films on top. So these, it's basically tape with diamonds embedded in it. And under a microscope here, I can show you what it looks like. Looks like a bunch of bubbles, but those are all diamonds. I appreciate that, Ron. So those of you who don't know, my channel is not based on telling you what to do. My channel is based on just enjoying stuff. I will not tell you what to do at all, except for drinking water. Hydration is important. Other than that, I won't tell you to subscribe. I won't tell you to like any videos. I won't tell you what to do because I find that annoying. Yep, I leave that to people in the comments who choose to support the channel by doing that. I don't have monetization turned on either because I feel like people donating to me is a waste of their money. Wow, this is going to take longer than I thought. It would help if it wasn't getting gummed up. Just telling people or just reminding people what they can do to help the channel is more than enough. So 3M makes them as well. This is specifically, this one is from Sharpo. They sent them to me at no cost to myself to test. And although that might make some people biased, I don't care because whoop-de-doo, I might ruin a brand deal, but if it's not a good product, I'm not going to tell you it's a good product. I tell you guys about the stuff that I like and the stuff that I don't like. Oh, this is going to take a lot longer than I wanted it to. I'll be honest, I think for the moment, I'm just going to leave it like that until I grow up the patience to finish it. And I am gumming the shit out of this thing. So on all accounts that I've heard, diamond lapping films don't last very long. The diamonds come out supposedly pretty easily, and in my experience, I've been sharpening with these for only a week, or actually 2 weeks almost. This is a 320 grit, and I'd rather use films than using a diamond stone because the films are flatter. Do I have a toothbrush around here? I don't think I do. And I really don't want to replace it because it's still cutting just fine. I just want it cleaner. So yeah, this set was $60-$70. And then I think shipping on top of that. But you get the 320, a 500, an 1800, and a 3000 for $70. And they did well with sharpening tungsten carbide. So if they did well with tungsten carbide, then I can't complain. this stone specific, or this film specifically, has gone through a decent amount of sharpening on this, and it's still holding up strong, other than a few cuts that I made on accident. They recommend going this direction, and I was going both ways, and they don't like that. A knife trick, I don't mess around with sharp things most of the time. It is not worth getting hurt on a live stream, and possibly, like, if you screw up wrong just enough, which I've screwed up wrong just enough, going to the hospital and possibly dying. No trick is worth going to the hospital, to me. Good for straight razors. Yep, definitely. One of these days I might get a straight razor. I don't know. What percentage of carbides is crewware? Yeah, my nastiest mistake was that one. Crewware. Cruwear. Crewware. Air hardening tool steel, wear resistance higher than D2. No shit. 3.5, 4.5% carb. Okay, that's not too high. Yeah, live by the knife, die by the knife. Well, lucky for me, on here, there is no pain. On there, there's almost no feeling at all. But in, when you're messing around with knives, people will tell you don't carve towards yourself. And I was using a serrated knife as a saw. Just a heads up to everybody out there, a serrated knife is not a saw. And if your multi-tool doesn't have a saw on it, then don't act like it is. Well, if your finger still works, then you definitely didn't hit a tendon. Anyway, the blade slipped off of the piece of wood, and it started right here and ended down here. And this section was about that wide. And I think that's the only time I've been to the hospital where the doctor said, you should be dead by now. I missed everything with that cut. Whoa, I lost everybody. Weird. Normally I don't lose that many viewers over showing something like that. Anyway, I missed everything in my wrist. I couldn't have gotten any luckier other than not getting cut, but yeah. Took 14 stitches. And honestly, the cut wasn't that bad. The stitches hurt way more than the cut did. But yeah, I think he said I got within 2 millimeters of hitting an artery and 1 millimeter of losing control of my pinky from cutting a tendon. Yeah, it probably cut a vein pretty good. There's a lot of you have a lot of veins and nerve endings in your hands. So mistakes with your hands are very painful, and well, later on they're painful. Which hand was it, left or right? So yeah, the deep red blood isn't doesn't mean you're gonna die soon. The white chunky blood means that you're probably gonna die. So if you get cut and you see white chunky, like cloudy blood, you should probably call somebody and say goodbye. Because I don't think an ambulance is gonna get there in time. So right hand, you would probably just, yeah, see, I don't have that. I don't have a bleed kit and I don't have a tourniquet either. So I probably should by now. I've made enough mistakes to understand that a tourniquet saves lives. And unfortunately, I've been on the internet enough to know that a tourniquet saves lives. But yeah, your right hand. So your left hand has an artery that goes directly from your heart into your left arm. You cut your left index, yeah. But yeah, it's the white cloudy stuff. It's almost pink colored. That's the shit that's really oxygen dense. I think that only comes from the neck and the left arm. And I'm pretty sure everybody or everywhere else is deeper red, but if you see that stuff, yeah, it's not a good day. I think other than that cut, the worst cut I've ever gotten was on my thumb. And my dumbass kept opening the knife that I cut myself with, and it's actually in a box right over in the other room. I've cut myself 6 times with that same knife because I'm an idiot. And I will fully admit that was 100% my fault. So I normally stream until about 3 a.m. And I'm not going to do that tonight because I don't want to. So let's clean up this Benchmade a little more. I'll be honest, not 100% sure. Women these days suck. Dudes are a lot more, you get a lot more relatable conversations with guys. I don't know. That wasn't smart. You, when you're sharpening stuff, there's no need to move fast. The OG Benchmade. The Griptilian's in the other room, and we're just messing around with the Adamus tonight. I don't know, it's just women my age aren't. Because I'm 23, right? Women my age, all they look for is money, height, and something we're not talking about on YouTube. Sure, I can bring some other knives out. Fair enough. Slow and steady. Give me just a sec. I was going to clean this up, but I'll put a couple other things out first. Pocket clip back on before any of that. We'll bring out a Koenig here in a minute and a couple Spydercos. We'll stick like a couple $1,000s worth of knives on the table, because why not? Small knives and non-folding ones. So I have one fixed blade that is small. That's down here. All the rest are upstairs, and I genuinely have no clue where I put them. I gotta be sure to pronounce the name of the small one properly, though. I personally have not made any. No. I find that the process of making them is going to cost significantly more than just buying them. And I like folding knives a lot more than I like fixed blades. So nope, I am 23. Turning 24 February of next year. It depends, right? This one has probably one of the most comfortable handles, but it is thick. Fixed blades, I don't wear pants that have a belt loop, so I don't wear a belt. So most sheaths don't end up fitting right with my pants, which means they're not convenient to carry, so I'm not going to carry them. Yep, I was born in 2002. I have a fair understanding of how shit went, but it's not the same as living through it. Let me go grab some other stuff real quick. So this is the one that I was talking about that I need to pronounce properly. The bottom one in the middle? Okay. But real quick. So this is a Bradford G Necker. Nech or Necker in Elmax. Comes with a Kydex sheath. And it is supposed to be a neck knife, but the thing's a 1/4 inch thick and almost 5 ounces. And hanging that off your neck is not comfortable. So yeah, this is carbon fiber. With one of the most god-awful pocket clips I've ever had. It is extremely uncomfortable. Other than that, the handle, the knife is fairly comfortable, but it is also thinner than almost any other knife that I own. It is called the Sandin Torino, Torino. The blade is tungsten carbide. My favorite's the Para 3. Nice and smooth, comfortable. A little thick, but not too bad. So how much is on the table? 3, 6, 9, 11, 11:30. 11:30 plus like $2,000 on the table right now. The Osborne 940 isn't a bad knife by any means. I just haven't gotten the money or a good enough deal to buy one. Because I think they're priced really high for the materials. General use. Mostly food. Packages, stuff like that. Yeah, that's the downside of talking against Benchmade is some of the people that support Benchmade are not what I'd consider normal. They some people have an obsession. What else do we have that we can put up here that'll fit? Because if we take the areas down, I can stick other stuff on here, but yeah. Most of my more expensive collection is Spyderco's. I'll be honest, coming from somebody that likes Benchmade, hearing that you like SOG is interesting. Because when I think of Benchmade owner, I think of. How do I explain that? Not has too much money, but more of. I hear they're popular, so I'm just going to buy them. Or I heard from a friend of a friend that it was decent, so why not? I don't know. The only reason why I bought both my Benchmades is because I got a really, really good deal on them. Now that's one of the ones that at least I think, if I'm thinking of the same knife, that's one of the ones I really want. The Bradley 2, yeah. Yep. I've been looking into those for a bit. That's one of the few not Benchmade. That's one of the few Spyderco designs that doesn't look ugly. I know, coming from somebody that has as many Spydercos as I do, this one looks like a normal knife. It just does. I've got a healthy mix of everything under the sun. The mini bedlam. Never held one. I'll start with that. I am going to start off by saying I don't like the blade shape, because that's not going to be fun to sharpen. It's a trailing point, so where on this I'd be sharpening at like this angle with it like this at the end. For the Benchmade, I'd end up like this with my wrist sitting like this. And it's just not easy to sharpen. So, how did they put it? First of all, for anybody wondering what we're talking about, this is what we're talking about. $450 for S90V and carbon fiber. You could do better. And the reason I say you could do better is the heat treat. 59 to 61 on S90V just doesn't bring out the properties of S90V. S90V edge retention, I'm pretty sure, really starts ramping up at like 94. I'll need to look into that before I make big claims like that, but give me just a sec. I know what the Crooked River looks like, and that's not a bad knife. It's just too big for me. S90V. Well, let's see. High vanadium, high chromium. Yeah, I think that's one of those steels that would probably do well with a higher Rockwell. What now? I mean, I don't have anything in Rex 121, but I've got Maximate. Isn't even in the 90s. What do you mean by 90s? So Rex 121 is a little different. It's not stainless like S90V. Rex 121 runs HRC wise sitting at about 69 to 70. No, S90V, I thought I said 60s, like mid 60s. That's what I meant anyway. S90V edge retention ramps up in like the mid 60s. I swear to God I said 60s. Well, if I didn't and I said 90s, I apologize. I meant 60s. What's guys? Yeah, I apologize. That was I did not mean to say 90s. This here runs 67, 68. And my PM2 is sitting at about 67. I need to redo the tip on this. I'm sitting here wondering where the hell you got 90 from, and apparently you got it from me. We might resharpen this here in just a sec. The problem is, so this one is special, and it was a fucked up heat treat where these are supposed to be running 62 to 64 HRC, and that one is at 67. Man, why do you keep buying shit from other people? Or did you already buy that? I haven't handled enough M390 to give a solid review. So that's all I can tell you on that. Same thing with Crewware and S45VN. I haven't played with them enough to give you a solid excuse or a solid conversation. All right, you're right. I don't. I have a Praxis in 9CR with a liner lock. I'm gonna put these things away so that I can sharpen the PM2. Well, here's what we can do before you make a decision. We can go and compare S90V to M390 with Laren Thomas's website real quick. And we can give you what I think you should go for. But I need to know what you do with your knives before I give you a decision. It is a bigger knife than you'd think. I'll admit that one. I didn't think the full-size Praxis was as big as it is until I got my hands on one. It's like Adamus size. It is big. Maybe not that big, but it is big. So the problem with this one being 67 HRC is when you go to sharpen it on a diamond plate, it skates off of it. Nothing too crazy. So here, we'll drop the camera. And then tilt this down. Okay, so S90V is right here. M390 is right here. So do you want edge retention? Because S90V is known for edge retention. M390 is kind of a little bit of everything. It looks like the biggest difference is edge retention. M390 is slightly more stainless. So is it worth it to you to have the same toughness number at 3.5, So you want corrosion resistance? Then it sounds like M390 is the one that you want. I apologize for anybody that just blinded. It is. You know, you could have asked how big it was. Thing's 8.5 inches long overall, and the blade is almost 4 inches long. That is a big knife. Okay. So we're going to start on a 400 grit. And I don't want to, but I really don't want to destroy my Atoma. I'd rather ruin an SATC because they're cheaper. Oh, you're still wet. Real quick, do you know how hard they're going to be having them? Yeah, very funny. I was thinking about saying that's what she said somewhere along the line, but yeah. How hard are the bailouts going to be? I won't be buying one, but based on how soft they're going to be, the edge retention on one of them might really suck. Okay. Ah. Well, one of these days we'll get a response. For Benchmade, 58 to 61 is a little inconsistent. Usually they got like a 2-point consistency. 3 is unusual. Let's see. At least if you get it on the high end, it'll be all right. The S90V is just a little disappointing. So yeah, I don't think the M390 will be terrible. Probably a solid choice right there. Yeah, it can vary, but I mean, Benchmade typically does a 2-point consistency. I would agree with you on that. Spyderco just kind of doesn't give a shit. Yeah, just make this shit hard as fuck. Throw it out there. Everybody loves it anyway. Aiden, for when you're talking to me later about this. Yes, I know, this would have been faster on the Chiefer cut. However, I would be destroying the Chiefer cut with how hard I'm pushing. Which isn't really that hard, but it's hard enough to cause problems. Now let's see. Yep. It is, yeah, exactly. It's odd to see a 3-point difference. Coming from Benchmade, I expect to see a 2-point deviation. 3 is just not normal. Like sometimes it'll be a 2-point in either direction. 3 is just weird. Yeah. You just triple checked before posting. I'm glad I learned how to fix tips on these things. Yeah, you said this can't be right. No, 4 points is the realm of Kaiser. Who else does a 4 point deviation? I think Spyderco does too. No. God, who does a 4 point deviation? I swear I know of another company that does it. I don't think it's Kershaw. It might be ZT. I think I've seen a couple ZTs say 58 to 62. But it's been a while. I don't usually look at their shit anymore. Corbin, welcome back. How's it going? Oh, the tip of this thing is looking great now. The pointy tip is gone, but other than that, it looks great. I am doing just fine. I got my second bench made today. What do I think of it? I don't know. I am sharpening a Spyderco PM2. The proper way. And by that I mean I'm getting all the way down there. Kaiser isn't the only one that does that. Civivi seems to have started doing that too on their on some of their knives. It doesn't take as long as you'd think if you have the right tools. My dad doesn't own almost any knives. Oh, damn it. You know what the worst one is? Is when you, well, actually, there's two. Okay, I'm going to give you two scenarios that suck. One, biting a tortilla chip and it goes like this up between your teeth. Number two, it gets stuck on your bottom set of teeth and then goes up and stabs the roof of your mouth. Both of those suck. I've been sharpening. I think I really started getting new sharpening equipment about 6 months ago. So I've been doing this about 6 months. Dude, that is brutal. You got the best of both worlds, dude. So yeah, we're going for a mirror on this one. Now they recommend that I don't do the two cuts. They recommend I just go like that and that over and over again, but I don't do that. We're going up to 3,000. The 8,000 and the 14,000 haven't shown up yet. You know, Buck, with their American made side of things, some of those things they just dropped the prices on. Ooh, I don't know about that one. I've got to think of the Doritos flavors that I've had because I haven't had a whole lot. Sweet chili heat, that's fucking fire. I have seen the Buck Range series. They're too expensive for me to afford though. Fine, I'll take that off on an actual stone. Well, I'm not that old, so. No, I think my favorite ones are the sweet chili ones. With the purple bag, those things are fucking fire. They are the best Doritos that I've had. I used to have them every day with school lunch. It's fine if you don't like them. Oh, well, here in the States it's purple. Huh. I wonder why they swapped that. There's no benefit there. And here's the other thing. Almost every barbecue chip here in America has a black bag. That's hilarious, actually. My knife story is a lot more simple. If you couldn't tell, I'm autistic. And knives are both shiny and sharp. Oh boy, that got me going. Like if it wasn't obvious, that should explain all the weird shit that I do. I think I got rid of all my rainbow knives. You guys seen that video? I was born at a very young age. For the first 2 years, I couldn't even walk. Like, You kidding me? And people actually felt bad for this dude. At least I'm pretty sure it was a dude. I don't remember. Just a friendly reminder for anybody sharpening a knife. You don't need to do it fast. Take it slow. The slower you go, the less mistakes you tend to make. So earlier today, I had somebody saying that the spray stuff that I used had too many ingredients. And they were asking if it was necessary to have all of them. This knife will cut through a knife in 420. They are not the same. That one dude. With that video, what was it? I wash my hands in concrete and rinse them off in diesel. We are not the same. Like, shut up, dude. You're not special. Like, why would you claim that when obviously the superior choice, mechanics will know this, fried chicken. You get some fried chicken on those hands, and shit, that will take everything off. The mystery stainless of the Gerber paraframe, whatever the hell that shit is. The fact that that thing still sells as well as it does, it is one of the best selling knives in America. This is I'll show you what it is. Give me a sec. Sharpo. There we go. I don't know how they still get away from that shit. Or get away with that shit. Because it is hot garbage. So, these are diamond lapping films from Sharpo. I recommend if you're new to sharpening, probably don't use these. And the way that you're supposed to use these is going in this direction only. I just don't do that. And you'll notice some dark lines on it from sections where I accidentally cut the film. Basically, they send you 2 glass panes and some diamond encrusted tape, and that's what you use to sharpen. I just want somebody to tell me that their knife will do everything that my knife can do. Because it won't. Ziggy, welcome back. Allie, you're a slaughterhouse butcher. You love knives. I love knives too. Because they're shiny and they're sharp. But yeah, this is the Sharpo Diamond Lapping Film Set from sharposharp.com. And again, if you're new to sharpening, I don't recommend these. Get some practice first. I should probably clarify, for the last month, I haven't carried a knife that is under $200. I carried the Arius, the Para 3. Oh, that's not true. I carried the Griptilian for a little bit. And that is definitely under 200. Yeah, I don't hand people my fancy shit because nobody else will treat it right. And half the time when somebody asks for a knife, what they're actually asking for is a pry bar. Or a screwdriver, or, something that a knife is not designed to do. Oh, yeah. I'm glad you like the Iridium. It is a solid knife. It was just too big for me. They make a mini Iridium. I just don't want to spend $60 on that. That $60 could be going towards. Kershaw's still in the game. They're falling behind a little bit, but they're not terrible. And Civivi, they're kind of starting to head the game. They're doing pretty damn good. Hmm. Oh yeah, shaves every hair that it touches along my arm. So I'm going to say it's pretty damn sharp. Now, to fix that issue, there we go. Much better. So yeah, every time, just cut all the hair off. I mean, there isn't a whole lot left. I'll be honest, my arms are bald from testing all the time. Like, right now the fucking table's covered in hair. Hair all over the edge. I gotta clean that shit up, damn it. Oh well. At least I got a sharp knife out of it. Well, there's some on my ring finger, but oh well. Y'all get the point. It's sharp. Big whoop. The other one I'm pretty happy with how it turned out is this one. The new Leatherman knives are overpriced. So the reason why I say that the work sharp knives are pretty cool, and they were priced pretty well too. The reason I say that the Leatherman knives are overpriced is because the handles are stainless. They're not even titanium, and they're $300. Like, what'd they pick? MagnaCut and stainless for 300? Are you shitting me? Now, don't get me wrong. I understand that they're made here in America. That is great. But you have to be competitive. Or at least try. Act like you're being competitive. But yeah, the Worksharp RMX, that knife is pretty cool. I'd love to have one. They're a little out of my price range though. So I think it kind of depends on titanium. The one that I'm fidgeting with right now is titanium. What don't you like about it? That's the other question. Now, the thing about this one is these scales are solid titanium with no skeletonization. I've never had a problem with titanium being brittle. I need to check something. Calculator. 100 minus 40% minus 40%. Okay. No. Minus 40% minus 35%. Whoops. 100 minus 40% minus 35%. So aluminum is 39% the weight of stainless. And I think your tooth implant is not nitinol. It's mostly, I think it's like 60% titanium and 40% nickel. Really good for corrosion resistance. It's one of the strongest metals. I won't name it as the strongest because I'm not 100% sure, but it's probably in the top 5. There aren't a whole lot of metals out there, to be honest. Let's see. Nothing on the table needs sharpened. I don't think there's anything else I need to do. I guess before I end the stream, I should show the things that I'm putting up for sale privately. And I hate to sell it, but a few of my mini knives. Ones that I want to sell or just ones that I have? Sure. Let me move some stuff out of the way first. Bring the mat out. Dude, an Arizona iced tea would be fucking bomb right now. I don't have a yonder. And they're still cheap. That is the biggest, like, that's the thing that I respect about them the most, is that they're still priced really well. Yep, baby banter. Nothing on the table is in my Carta. This one's in red G10, and this one's in green G10. My micarta ones are in another box. You can't even buy a bottle of water for 99 cents. Tell me how that's fair. Don't get me wrong, Arizona tastes so much better than water, but are you shitting me? You're good. Yeah, and it tastes good too. The only downside is it's like really high in sugar. The ones that I like anyway. I like the mango one, and that thing's like 220% of your daily value of sugar. I'll agree with that. The Elementum is definitely overpriced. Brando, how much would you pay for a Elementum 1 button lock? Now, just so you know what I'm talking about, the button lock will not open without you pressing the button. I don't remember what blade steel it is. My buddy's got one that he's trying to sell. So most button locks have like it's a button lock, but you get thumb studs. This Civivi Elementum that I'm talking about is just the button lock. There's no other way of opening or closing it. Let me look it up real quick. It's probably 14C. Because I think that this is the one. Now it says green micarta. It doesn't look green to me. And it doesn't look green in person. I don't know where the hell they got green out of this. Like, this shit's brown. Even in the pictures. And they're 64 new. I can, but I choose not to because I don't like the flavor of it. And sure, the Praxis that you have doesn't have thumb studs, but it has a flipper tab. This one doesn't even have a flipper tab. It's literally just the button. There's no flipper tab, there's no thumb studs, and there's no thumb hole. It's just the button lock, and that's it. But I'll agree it is definitely overpriced at 64. All right, time to show the stuff that I'm willing to sell. I'll see what I can get it for. If I can get it for like, I want to try and sell it for like 40 free shipping. I've got a Terminus XR. Where's that? There it is. I'm not willing to sell it, but I have one. I don't think that any of these things are up for sale anywhere except that one. I don't use mine as that. I don't care what you use your knife for. It's your knife. So mine is the budget model in D2 with the LTE clip. Dude. Yeah, so the LTE clip is the one that doesn't say, isn't stamped. It's not the stamped one. The LTE clip was good. The budget clip sucked. But yeah, everything up here on the table, except for this, is up for sale. If there's anything on the table that you're interested, ask about pricing. These rules apply. Direct sale is just a feature. I mean, which Spyderco? So I got a pair of 3, and then I got an Ambitious, I think. Okay. That one is, I think I said 145. Yeah, the XR is the locking system. It needs broken in. It sharpened up well though. Nice polished edge. This is a Spyderco Para 3 in S45VN. in G10, not the lightweight. Just watched one sell on Blade Binge the other day for 150, so I thought I'd beat them by a little bit. Para 3 S45. What part of Para 3 would make you think that I want a Para 2 when I'm searching for a Para 3? Oh, they dropped the price on them. Oh, no, my other one was DLC coded, that's why. It's probably one of their most popular knives. Yeah, brand new, it's $187.50. Corrosion rating. Let's see. S45 VN 8 out of 10. M390 is a 9, and S90V is a 7.5. Nitro V is a 7. Nope, it's just the knife. It's got a wicked edge on it though. Not from a wicked edge, it's just me sharpening it, but so I've got a question for you. What about the box are you wanting? So that one was confiscated by somebody or by TSA in Arizona. So somebody didn't have a good day. And I won the auction, so woohoo. Thanks, Josh. I definitely needed that. So the only downside with that is if you win them in an auction, fair enough. I was just curious about what you wanted the box for. I keep the boxes on all my new knives because if I ever want to sell them, I feel like it increases the knife value, but I'm not 100% sure on that. And trust me, compared to Josh, that is not the weirdest thing that I've heard today. I mean, look at what Josh said. Tell me that's normal. It's not a big deal if you don't want it, honestly. I'm more than happy to keep it because it's a great knife. Dude, the edge on this one's pretty weird. Or not pretty weird, pretty Now the downside of this one is the owner before me decided that he didn't like a Scandi grind. So he tried to, he, she, they, whoever, they added a secondary bevel. So once upon a time, this was a Scandi grind. This went all the way down to the edge. But they fucked it up and didn't sharpen it right. So I had to fix their edge, and now it just looks better. Yeah, I don't go to church either, but I'm not going to pray. I'm just more mildly concerned. And the only reason why that was the weirdest thing that I've heard today is because it's 1:28 in the morning and I haven't heard a lot today. You got to keep in mind, I'm an influencer. I hear a lot of shit. So, come on, focus. Mirror polished edge. On both sides. I'd show the other side, but I can't hold it that still on with my other hand. That thing's expensive too, like stupid pricey. For the materials that you're getting, like it's kind of meh steel. What is N690 rated as? Three and a half toughness, 4.5 edge retention, and 8 for corrosion resistance. Are you shitting me? Oh, I go up to 3. I'm about to start going up to 14. It is N690. And it's a Tops MSF 4.0. I go up to 3,000. And then I use a 5 micron strop. And then I use stainless polish. Yep. No, there aren't very many with a Scandi grind. Unfortunately, they ruined that. So it's not even a Scandi grind. It's kind of just the same grind you get on the Spyderco Salt 2s. Milivoje. How's it going? Here in about 6 minutes, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream because I want to do something else before I go to bed. For anybody curious what I'm carrying this week, I'm carrying this piece of hot garbage. Tomorrow on a live stream, we will be cutting up some cardboard with this until it gives out. Or no, I got to do that at the end of the week. Damn it. You don't investigate immediately? That's when you bring wireless hole punchers. I know it's a Tonto. Not looking forward to it. The Walmart whale out in 14C. I'm not. I've got knives. I mean, let's be real. With this many knives on the table, if somebody breaks in, I'm just going to throw them at them. I wasn't planning on buying this when I showed up at Walmart. I was just curious if they had them yet. And then it snuck its way into my pocket and then threw $20 on the counter. The stolen valor. Oh. You don't carry rip rounds? You'd think you'd carry rip rounds. I think I need to make some more of my spray. So we'll do that real quick before I end the stream. I don't remember where we get rip rounds from. They're fucking nasty though. Yeah, the ones I'm talking about don't make flowers. Yeah, rip rounds, I think when they first came out and when we got them, it was $50 for a box of 20. Dead spider now. Damn, I should have pulled the gun out. Neighbors hear the gun go off. Yeah. Those things were like $50 a box when we got them. Pat, what's up? I don't think I've ever seen you in one of my streams. Seen you in Stifler's though. What are you doing up so late? Ew, you just got home? That fucking sucks. Alcohol. I think that's too much. Oh yeah. Ugh, that is fucking strong. Damn. For those of you who think I just drank that, I didn't. The smell is strong. Ron Crow, what's up? I'll admit, having nobody on the road, that's pretty fucking nice. Damn. Yep, that's enough. Thank you. Now, mineral oil. It's about time for me to refill the mineral oil bottle. It's taken me forever to go through one of these tiny bottles. So we'll do that real quick. It's an odorless, tasteless liquid that will make you shit yourself if you drink too much. Damn it. I squeezed it too hard and it spilled everywhere. It's a great lubricant though. Squeezed it too hard. Funny. Funny, funny, funny. I gotta go wash this off now. Dude, you know what popped up on YouTube the other day? Is a video that I forgot about of a congresswoman cutting a rifle. Fair enough. Cutting a rifle barrel in half while it's still on the rifle, saying she was, quote, destroying this gun so nobody else could have it. And all she did instead of destroying a gun is make an SBR. It's funny because she's sitting there talking about how gun laws aren't strict enough and blah, 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 blah. Then goes and commits a felony, and I don't even think she got cited for it. She recorded it and posted it online and didn't get cited for it. See, I think the problem is that the stupid ones tend to get off with like lenient, way too lenient. Like, oh, but I didn't know I was committing a felony. Well, here's the thing. No, she was a congresswoman. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 1 drop of Dawn dish soap, and the rest is water. So, this mixture is useful for sharpening and see, that's the problem with people is, oh, I didn't know that I was committing a crime. Well, guess what? You committed a crime anyway, and your ignorance does not mean that you get leniency. If I don't know that the speed limit is 35 and I'm going 40 and get pulled over, guess what? I broke the law. Did I know that I broke the law? Maybe not. Exactly. And that's what judges will say to anybody except for congressmen and rich people. For some reason, congressmen and rich people get away with way too much. Oh, I didn't hear about that. Oh, yeah, I remember that. I do remember that. God, have I been in the knife community that long? I knew there was a reason I boycotted Benchmade. Honestly. So, to be completely fair to myself, I may boycott Benchmade. However, well, maybe not. I don't know. This. It's what I use to sharpen with, and it also is really good for taking off tape residue on blades. Talia, how's it going? Welcome back. Actually, are you? Okay. Been a while. Tell you what, Brando, if I get a Benchmade for a good deal, I'll pass that good deal on to you like I usually do. No, let's not do that. I don't know. I just don't support the destruction of firearms in general. You know, Brando, here's my recommendation. If you're willing to wait, right? Look at stuff that you want. Tell me about the stuff that you want, and I'll see if I can find one used for a better deal. Yeah, I'll probably be selling my Griptilian for like 130. Well, happy late birthday. Well, sure. I get that you're looking, but tell me what you're looking at and interested in, and I'll see what I can do. You never know what I'll find. Yep, no problem. So here's the thing. I will support law enforcement. I will not trust them. Nope. Not foldable katanas, folding knives. Well, that's sad. Yeah, I don't have that kind of money. Actually, you know, I didn't really look into how much the range knife cost. Buck range. Beyond the lockback. Show me the damn knives. Thank you. So you got a full size. Did you get the pro or okay, the elite? No, I can support the police, right? But I don't trust that they won't do stupid shit. I'll put it that way. MagnaCut, aluminum scales. Stainless liners. No shit, it comes with a pocket clip. With Boss heat treated Magna Cut. Okay. But what does that entail? Specifications. They don't tell you. It's just good at it's a good lubricant for sharpening with diamond stones, and it's good at taking tape residue off of knives. Do I have anything where I can show some proof of that? This might do it. Yep. Well, damn, I was hoping that was going to help. Yeah, I've noticed that I use 70% because it's a lot cheaper, but the 70% just doesn't do it quickly enough. And this spray stuff works pretty good, so give me just a sec and I'll find a way to test it. I'll tell you what, this thing sucks at cutting boxes. So at my Walmart, this much 90% or 91% is $5. Forgot the cutter on this tape thing sucks. Thin knife. Oh, I have a thin knife. Okay. So now I've got a piece of cardboard with tape all over it. Yeah, so this is 70%, and this right here was $1.25 or $1.31 after tax. Damn it, nothing's even sticking to this thing. I swear, tape just doesn't stick, yeah. Well, I mean, it's thick as hell, but it's sharp, so I was hoping that that would leave some tape residue on the blade. And it didn't do much of anything, so it left nothing on this. Yeah. Well, I kind of already cut up the piece of cardboard, so there's nothing left. There's a little bit on the Adamus, or the mini Adamus. Right there. So now, shake this stuff up first to get the oil mixed in. Then you grab a Q-tip. There we go. It's all gone, except for right there. There we go. I can't tell if it's a flat grind because, oh, there's a shit ton of tape residue on the other side. Awesome. Well, "100 drops of isopropyl alcohol is about up to here." Right there. There's 1 drop of Dawn dish soap, 8 drops mineral oil, and the rest of this is water. I'd agree that the isopropyl alcohol is probably doing the most work, but it's a multi-use thing. It's not only for getting tape residue off, to be completely fair. The original, because then it evaporates too quickly. Again, it's for sharpening lubrication. It's not actually for tape residue. It just happens to work for that as well. So I would say that all of this is tape residue, but it's not. It's permanent wear on the Cerakote. It's 2 ounces. I think that's about it. Yeah, that was it. So when I first got it, the liquid went up to about here. And when I fill it up, it goes to about right there. So, yeah. So I put like slightly more than 2 ounces. Well, this is Crewware. And yeah, it works great with S30V. I used it for this. This one's in S30V. I brought this up to a mirror polish just fine on that stuff. Yeah, it does. I'd say that my Spydercos do too, but they don't. It's slightly less because they're a flat grind. All of a sudden, I got really happy that I bought this thing. Like just now, I got really happy that I bought this. Why do you ask? That's my sister. And sometimes she watches my stuff, so I can't say it. You guys will see it, or maybe you won't. I don't know. If you stick around long enough past Christmas, I'll probably tell you guys what it was. It is pretty cool though. Joke's on you guys. Trevor here is actually my sister undercover, trying to figure out what the present is. That would be hilarious, by the way. Friendly reminder for the 10 of you that are in here, go drink some water. So I'm both looking forward to and not looking forward to carrying this knife. And my main reasons behind that right now are fair enough. It's a Tonto, and I don't like Tontos. And also, the edge that this thing came with factory is just trash. Literal trash. I've got a $2 knife that's sharper than this thing. Well, I can't talk too much shit. I'm the one that sharpened it. The $2 one, not this thing. Another thing that I don't enjoy about this is right here is really sharp. It's chamfered slightly, but not enough for this to be comfortable at all. And I've got soft hands, I'll admit it, and it digs in right here. And it hurts, you know, when you sit there and fidget with it for hours. It sits there and stabs you in one spot, and I didn't watch his video on it because I didn't want to form a bias, although I don't really do that. If I don't like something, I don't like something. If I like it, I like it, and I'll tell you guys. Honesty is what's important to me. And if I can't be honest, hot garbage. Look at that shit. Tore the whole thing. Up until you got towards the tip. This edge is better. This edge is dog shit. Now, real quick, because I'm curious, I want to look at these under the microscope. Yeah, I haven't made any videos on that knife. I mean, it just came out too, but... So this... This is paper under a microscope. This is a torn edge. And then the other side is a clean cut edge from the Adamus. A lot less shit sticking up. So that versus that. This little fringy stuff shouldn't be there on a sharp knife. All right, we've been streaming for 5 hours and 2 minutes. That is good enough for me. I planned on stopping the stream about half hour ago. This thing, I don't know how much these are. It's a Carson, I believe. Yeah, Carson something. Just for shits and giggles. Carson Micro Bright. Oh, that's not bad. Shit, that's cheap. Directly from Carson. Wait. Yeah. So directly from Carson with the microscope and the phone clip, it is $20. So the phone clip is how I'm getting the microscope able to see things, or for you guys to be able to see things through the camera. And that's this little black clip on top. Now, if you're not going to be making content with it and you don't want to take pictures or anything, there's no point in getting that clip. But if you do want to take pictures of your, like your knife edge or something like that, speaking of which, let's go ahead and look at the Adamus real quick and compare that. We'll look at the hot garbage knife real quick first, and then we'll look at the mini Adamus. The edge doesn't look terrible. Oh, there it is. There's a burr on the whole thing. You can see it. That white line on the edge. There's a burr all the way across the whole thing, and they didn't bring that up, so, or clean that off. Here's the Adamus after I sharpened it. The other side. Could use a bit of cleaning, but yeah. Practice. If you've been sharpening for 2 years, then you've been sharpening for longer than me. So you probably have some similar looking edges. Well, the microscope's like $20, so if you want one, get one. If you don't, you don't. Then no big deal. It will tell you where you're fucking up when stropping, though. That's what I noticed. I don't know if you guys noticed that when looking at the edge of this thing. But on the side that had Cerakote, it was really, really shiny. And then up towards the edge, it didn't get as shiny. So that means I'm holding it at the wrong angle when stropping. And I'm not hitting the very edge. I'm hitting up towards the flat of the blade. You say that, but depending on how squishy your strop is, you might be screwing up. Like on here, this leather is a little squishy. And I can't hold the same edge or the same angle as if I was sharpening, or else I'm not hitting the apex. I'm missing stuff. So it's worth looking into. You know, you might get even better edges. Just slightly, but that slight little bit could change a lot. Let's see if I fucked up again and missed the apex. Nope, the apex is now polished. You see a lot less scratches than you do right here next to the Cerakote. Yep, that was definitely a lot better. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't have any work sharp systems. I don't have any fixed angle systems at all, actually. I find that now that I've gotten the skill of doing it freehand, there's no point in me buying an assisted set. Now, one thing I've talked about this before on why I don't like fixed angle sharpening systems. And I've got a little picture diagram thing. This is the pivot point where the arm that holds your stone is sitting on. This is the arm, and let's say this is the angle that's a circle around that, right? The angle of your knife does not equal the same angle of this. So when you're sitting like this, you can see it's not going to line up properly. That being said, what's going to happen when you're sharpening these is right here, let's say you set it at 17 degrees. Right here will probably be right around 17. Up here might be closer to 15 because it's a more acute angle when sitting there. Wow, that works almost perfectly like that. But this is the reason why I don't recommend the fixed angle sharpening systems, is because if you really look at your edges, they'll look like this. Give me a sec. They'll look like this, where it's normal back here, and then up towards the tip, the bevel is just huge. Yeah, I'm good. How about yourself? Welcome back, Mango. We've been missing out on our mango facts lately. Then again, I stopped streaming twice a week and started streaming almost 7 times a week, so it's been a bit. Nice. How's school going? Dude, your channel name is Mango. Don't tell me you forgot what your channel's about. I get it. School's a little rough sometimes. Here's something to look up. What vitamins and minerals are mangoes known for having? I think that's either Canadian or UK. Yep, UK. God, I remember back when I was in 10th grade. Vitamin C and A. People don't get enough vitamin C. So the thing about Britain, if I'm not mistaken about their laws, is you can own knives. You cannot own locking knives, locking folding knives, and you can't carry them around for no reason. You have to have a reason to carry them, and self-defense is not a reason. Well, I was in 10th grade 7 years ago. And it has to be under 3 inches. Yep. I think the dumbest law there is that you have to have a reason to carry them. Like the hell I do. It's a tool. It's just like a hammer. You think you get stopped by police for carrying a hammer? Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. Yeah, that definitely sucks. The government not trusting you sucks. You know, we didn't get a chance to look at this one under the microscope, I don't think. But right after that, I think I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. Maybe another 4 or so minutes. But that's going to be it. I don't know. I've been sharpening a lot lately. Oh, yeah. Nice. At least it's actually sharp now. Dude, I could get a bug out insanely sharp. A shootout is an OTF, and out the front. Benchmade shootout. Once the page loads. I've got this little Colt knife. So this is a shootout right here. No, switchblades are different. Switchblades are push button autos from like the Italian stiletto style. Push button autos. So yeah, that's everything that this thing's made out of. Which is surprisingly a lot less parts than I thought they were made out of. of switchblade. A legal definition of a switchblade describes any automatic knife with a blade that opens through manual pressure on a button or device in the handle, or by the operation of inertia, gravity, or both. This is what I think of when I think of switchblade right there. The Italian stiletto style. Oh, wait. Does an OTF count as a switchblade? Okay, fair enough. Yes, an out the front knife is a type of automatic knife, which is also known as a switchblade. But when I think of switchblade, I think of push button auto. Out the fronts, I don't consider those switchblades to me, personally. But it sounds like legal definition they are, so congratulations, you were right. Anyway, guys, I think that's going to be it for tonight. I still don't understand how we end up getting more than 50 likes on a regular basis at this point, but I do greatly appreciate it. Most of the people that join my streams are supposed to be going to work the next day and chose to watch me instead. And somehow, like earlier today, we had 1780, and now we're at 1793. That is wild to me. I still don't know where you people come from. Anyway, like how you show up on my stream, it makes no sense. So here's the outro. Hopefully you have a great rest of your day, morning, night, whatever it is. And we'll see you in the next one. Yep, I'm ending the stream. We'll see you later, Mango. Have a good one. Bye.